'Tain't everyone can get to see the Manning place close to. They're strict about trespassing. Ezra made a pile, and before him, his father, Abe Manning, he inherited some and made a pile more in shipping. Ezra was the general, the best fighter in the hull of Grant's army. Yeah, he was able. Folks thought him cold-blooded and uppish, but that's only the Manning way. They were top dog around here for near on 200 years and didn't let folks forget it. I remember the day Lee surrendered. We were all so happy. No one noticed the stranger arriving. The news fetched more people out of their houses than the day the circus came to town. Ezra Manning was still with his brigade. So was his son, Orrin. But we celebrated for both of them. There wasn't a sober man in town that day. Well, maybe one. I reckoned he had more on his mind than business. And someone ought to know about it. I took some celebration with me. Calculated I'd be needing it soon. Purty. It was real purty in those days. That's her. Ezra Manning's wife, Christine. Her father was a doctor in New York. But he couldn't have been much of one, because she didn't bring no money when Ezra married her. That was the Manning look. They grew it on their wives. They didn't want folks to guess their secrets. The Mannings had skeletons in their closets, same as others. Worse ones. I was looking for Vinnie. Lavinia, Ezra's daughter.
Fine news, Vinnie.
You can count on your pa coming home.
I hope so. It's time.
Yeah.
What did you mean by that, Seth?
Nothing. Where was you gallivanting night before last? All yesterday.
Over to Hazel and Peter's house.
Yeah. That's funny now. Because I seen Peter up street yesterday, and he asked me where you was keeping yourself.
I went to New York, Seth.
Yeah. There's something been on my mind lately. I want to warn you about. It's got to do with what's worrying you.
There's nothing worrying me. Warn me about what?
It's to do with that Captain Brant.
What about him?
I'll tell you later.
Why do Hazel and Peter have to come now?
You stay here. I'll get rid of them for you.
No, I'll see them. You come back afterwards?
She must be outside. Vinny.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Oh, we're all right. But how are you, Vinny? That's the question. It seems like we haven't seen you in ages. You haven't been sick, I hope.
Oh. Well, if you call a pesky cold sick.
Gosh, that's too bad all over it now.
Yes. Almost. Won't you sit down?
Peter can stay a while if you want him to, but I just dropped in for a second to see if you'd had any more news from Orrin.
No, not since the last letter I showed you.
But that was ages ago, and I haven't had a letter in months. I guess he must have met another girl someplace.
Orrin never was much of a hand for letters.
I know that, but you don't think he's been wounded, do you, Vinny?
Of course not. Father would have let us know.
Sure he would.
You've heard the good news, of course, Vinny. Peter won't have to go back to the fighting. Isn't that fine?
My wound is healed, and I've got orders to go back tomorrow, but they'll be canceled, I guess. I won't pretend I'm the kind of hero that wants to go back either. I've had enough.
Oh, it will be so good to see Orrin again. Well, I must run. I've got to meet Emily. Goodbye, Vinny. Now, do take care of yourself and come to see us soon. And be kind to Peter. He's nice. When he's asleep. And he's got something he's just dying to ask you.
Darn you! Hazel feels bad about Orrin not writing. You think he really loves her?
I don't know anything about love. I don't want to know.
Gosh, then, if that's the mood you're in, I guess I better not ask you something I'd made up my mind to ask you today.
It's what you asked me a year ago when you were home on leave, isn't it?
And you said wait till the war was over. Well, it's over now.
I can't marry anyone, Peter. I've got to stay home. Father needs me.
He's got your mother.
He needs me more. I'm sorry, Peter.
Oh. That's all right.
I do love you, as a brother. Now, we've been like that since we were little and started playing together, so please don't let this come between us.
Of course it won't. What do you think I am? Besides, I'm not giving up hope. But what, you'll change your mind in time. Unless you love someone else.
Don't be stupid, Peter.
How about this mysterious clipper captain that's been calling, Adam Brant?
Do you think I care for that?
Don't get mad. I only meant folks say he's courting you.
Folks say more than their prayers.
Then you don't care for him.
I hate the sight of him.
Who is he anyway, Vinny?
He comes from out west. Grandfather Hamill happened to meet him in New York. Took a fancy to him. Mother met him at Grandfather's house. He sailed all over the world. Lived on a South Sea island once, so he says. He's having a ship fitted out here at the boatyard, so he visits town every once in a while. I don't want to talk about him anymore.
Well, I don't either. I can think of more interesting subjects.
Ah, there you are at last. Good afternoon, Peter.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Manon. I was just passing by and dropped in for a second.
I was wondering when I was going to see you. When I came home last night from New York, you seemed to have gone to bed.
I had.
I tried your door, but you'd locked yourself in. Annie said that you had a headache. Did you have a headache?
I wanted to be alone. Is Grandfather Hamill feeling any better? He seems to be sick so much this past year.
Yes, he's much better now. He'll soon be going the rounds to see his patients again, he hopes.
I guess I better run along now, Vinny.
Yes. All right, Peter. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Mrs. Manon.
Goodbye, Peter. I must say, I think you treat your one devoted swain pretty rudely. I picked these because I felt our tomb needed a little brightening. Just like Abe Manning to build such a monstrosity as a temple for his hatred. Oh, forgive me, Vinny. I forgot you like it. And you ought to. It suits your temperament. By the way, before I forget, I happened to run into Captain Brandt on the street in New York. He said he was coming here today to take over his ship. And he asked me if he might drop in to see you. I said he could and stay to supper with us. Doesn't that please you, Vinny? Or do you remain true to your one and only beau, Peter?
Is that why you picked those flowers? Because he's coming?
Annie!
You've heard the news, I suppose. We can expect Father home soon.
There are so many rumors lately. That one hasn't been confirmed yet, has it? I haven't heard the fort firing a salute.
You will before long.
I'm sure I hope so as much as you.
You can say that.
You will kindly not take that tone with me. I can see you're determined to quarrel. See your old crony doing his best to listen. I'm going to rest.
Mother, I've got to have a talk with you before long.
Whenever you wish. What is it you'd like to talk about?
You'll know soon enough.
You make such a mystery of everything, Vinny.
What is it about Captain Brandt that you want to warn me against?
Ain't you noticed how this Brandt reminds you of someone in looks?
Yes. Who do you mean, sir?
It's your pa, ain't it, Vinny?
Father, you must be mistaken, sir.
He's like Orrin, too. All the Mannings I've known.
Well, why? Why should he?
More especially, he brings to my mind your grandpa's brother, David. likely heard gossip, ain't you? How he loved that Creole nurse girl who was taking care of your pa's little sister who died. He had to marry her. She was going to have a baby.
Well, what has that old scandal got to do with...
Wait. Right after they was thrown out of the house, they married and went away. No one heard anything about him afterwards. Except your grandpa let out to me one time. She'd had the baby, a boy. He was cussing it. It's about her baby I've been thinking, Vinny.
Oh?
How old is that Brant, Vinny?
36, I think.
Yeah, that'd make it right. Remember what that Creole girl's name was, do you, Vinny? Marie Brantone. See what I'm driving at?
Oh, don't be stupid, Seth. His name would be Mammon.
He'd have good reason not to use the name of Manon if he came calling here, wouldn't he, Vinny? If your pa ever guessed.
Why did you have to tell me?
Don't take on, Vinny. No need getting riled at me.
How can I be certain?
Catch him off guard sometime. Put up to him strong. See if maybe you don't open up.
Good afternoon.
I hope you don't mind my walking in on you without ceremony. Your mother told me that I should just...
I calculate I'd better get back to work.
Mother had to go out for a while. She said that I was to keep you company until she returned.
Well, I'm in good luck then. I hope she doesn't hurry back to stand watch over us.
What do you think of the news of Lee surrendering, Captain? We expect my father home very soon now.
You must be very pleased at the prospect of seeing your father again.
Yes.
I expect that's the usual way of it. A daughter feels closer to her father and a son to his mother. But I should think you ought to be a born exception to that rule.
Why?
You're so like your mother in some ways.
I'm not a bit like her. Everybody knows I take after father.
Miss Lavinia, you'll excuse me if I come out with it bluntly. I've spent most of my life at sea, and I'm used to straight speaking. What are you holding against me? I may only be flattering myself, but I thought you liked me. Have you forgotten that night? Walking along the shore?
I haven't forgotten. Did Mother tell you you could kiss me?
Come now, Lavinia, you can't mean I should have asked her permission.
Shouldn't you?
I'm afraid I said too much that night. Maybe I bored you with my talk of clipper ships and my love for them.
Tall white clippers, you called them. You said they made you think of pale, beautiful women. You said you loved them more than you'd ever loved a woman. Is that true, Captain?
Oh, so. That's what you're holding against me, is it? Well, I might have guessed. Women are jealous of ships. They always suspect the sea. I suppose clippers are too old a story to the daughter of a shipbuilder. But unless I'm much mistaken, you were interested when I told you of the islands and the South Seas where I was shipwrecked my first voyage at sea.
I remember your admiration for the naked native women. You said they had found the secret of happiness because they hadn't heard that love could be a sin.
So, you remember that, do you? All right. Unless you've seen it, you can't picture the green beauty of their land, set in the blue of the sea. The clouds like down on the mountaintops. The sun drowsing in your blood. The blessed isles, I'd call them. You can forget there All men's dirty dreams of greed and power.
And their dirty dreams of love, Captain.
What do you mean, Lavinia?
Nothing. I was only thinking of your blessed isles.
Whenever I remember those islands now, I will always think of you. As you walked beside me that night, with your hair blowing in the sea breeze, and the moonlight in your eyes.
Don't you dare! Don't you dare touch me, you!
What's that?
I suppose it would be foolish to expect anything else but cheap romantic lies from the son of a low Creole nurse girl.
No more, damn you, or I'll forget that you're a woman.
So it's true. You are her son.
And what if I am? I'm proud to be. My only shame is my dirty Mannin blood. I suppose your father has stuffed you with his lies about my mother. Well, by God, you'll hear the truth of it now you know who I am.
I don't want to hear.
Well, you're a coward, are you, like all Mannins when it comes to facing the truth about themselves? I'll bet he never told you. Your grandfather, Abe Mannin, as well as his brother, loved my mother.
It's a lie.
It's the truth. It was his jealous revenge made him disown my father and cheat him out of his share of the business they'd inherited.
He didn't cheat him. He bought him out.
Forced him to sell for 1/10 its worth, you mean? He knew my father and mother were starving. But the money didn't last my father long. He'd taken to drink. He was a coward, like all Mannins. He grew ashamed of my mother and me. One time when I was 7, he came home crazy drunk and hit my mother in the face. I hit at him with a poker and cut his head. My mother pulled me back and gave me a hiding. Then she cried over him. She never stopped loving him.
I told you I don't want to hear.
One time when we were alone, he asked me to forgive him hitting her. But I hated him, and I wouldn't forgive him. Then one night, he went out, and he didn't come back. The next morning, they found him, hanging in a barn. The only decent thing he ever did.
It's a lie. No Mannin would
Oh,
ever.
wouldn't they? They are all fine, honorable gentlemen, you think. Listen a bit. My mother sewed for a living and sent me to school. At 17, I ran away to sea, and I forgot I had a mother, except I took part of her name. I forgot her until 2 years ago when I returned from the East. I found her dying of sickness and starvation. Not knowing where to reach me, she had sunk her last shred of pride and written to your father asking for a loan. He never answered her. I came too late. She died in my arms. He could have saved her, and he deliberately let her die. He's as guilty of murder as anyone he ever sent to the rope when he was a judge.
You dare say that about my father? Well, if he were here...
I wish to God he was. I swore on my mother's body I'd revenge her death on him.
So she's only your means of revenge on father. Is that it?
What, she? Who? I don't know who you're talking about.
Well, you soon will. And so will she. You wait here until I've called for you.
I don't know what you mean, Lavinia. I swear before God, it is only you.
Annie, tell my mother I wish to see her. I will be in Judge Mannin's study.
Really? This unconfirmed report of your father's return must have turned your head. Otherwise, I would find it difficult to understand why you would send Annie to disturb me when you knew I was resting.
I told you I had to talk with you.
Well, why in this musty old room of all places?
Because it's Father's room.
Well, if you're quite ready, perhaps you will explain.
I suppose Annie told you I had gone to visit Peter and Hazel while you were away.
Yes, I thought that peculiar, you staying overnight. What suddenly gave you that notion?
I didn't.
You didn't visit them?
No.
Well, what did you do?
I went to New York. I saw you meet Brandt.
What if you did? I told you myself that I met him by accident.
You went to his room.
He asked me to meet a friend, a lady. It was her house that we went to.
I asked the woman in the basement. He had hired the room under another name. She said you had been there often in the past year.
It was the first time I'd ever been there. He insisted on my going. He said he wanted to talk about you. He wanted my help to approach your father.
How can you lie like that?
Vinny!
I followed you upstairs. I heard you telling him I love you, Adam, and kissing him, You're vile and evil, How could you do such a thing to Father? How could you?
You would understand if you were the wife of a man you hated.
Don't say that. I won't listen.
You will listen. I speak to you like a woman now, not like a mother to a daughter. That relationship has no meaning for us.
Let go of me. So you've always hated Father?
No, I loved him once, before we were married. Incredible as that seems now. He was handsome in his lieutenant's uniform. Marriage soon turned his romance into disgust.
So I was born of your disgust. I felt it ever since I can remember. Your disgust.
I've tried to love you. I told myself it wasn't human not to love a child born of one's own body. But I could never believe you were born of any body but his.
You've loved Orrin. Why didn't you hate him too?
Because by then I had forced myself into being resigned in order to live. Most of the time when I was carrying him, your father was with the army in Mexico. I'd forgotten him. Then when Orrin was born, he seemed my child. Only mine. I loved him for that. I knew his leaving me for this war was your doing principally, Vinny.
It was his duty as a Manon to go.
Well, I hope you realize that I would never have fallen in love with Adam if I had had Orrin with me. When he'd gone, there was nothing left but a longing for love. That's when I met Adam. I saw he loved me.
Adam Brandt doesn't love you. You're only his means of revenge on Father. Do you know who he really is? He's the son of that low nurse girl who Grandfather turned out of the house.
So you found that out. I knew that. All along. He told me when he said he loved me.
And I suppose knowing gave you all the more satisfaction.
Would you kindly get to the point and tell me what you intend doing? I suppose you'll hardly let your father on the door before you tell him.
No, not unless you force me to. He hasn't been well lately. I don't want him hurt.
I know better than to expect any generosity on my account.
I won't tell him, provided you give up Brandt and never see him again.
What a fraud you are, Vinny. with your talk of duty and your father. That's not the real reason you spare me.
It is.
You want Adam Brandt for yourself.
That's a lie.
And now that you know you can't have him, you're determined to at least take him from me.
No.
If you tell your father, I'll have to go away with Adam. And he'll be mine still. You can't bear the thought of that, can you?
Your evil mind.
I know you, Vinny. I've watched you ever since you were little, doing exactly what you're doing now. You've tried to become the wife of your father and the mother of Orrin. You've always schemed to steal my place.
It's you who've taken everything from me since the time I was born.
Suppose I refuse. Suppose I go away openly with Adam. Where will you and your father and the family name be then? I'll at least have the man I love.
Oh, not for long. Father will use his influence to get him blacklisted. He'll lose his command and never get another, and you know how he loves the flying trades. And don't forget you're older than he is. He'll be in his prime when you're an old woman. He'll grow to hate the sight of you.
Devil, you
I wouldn't call names if I were you.
I am a fool to let you make me lose my temper over your jealous spite. Well, I agree. I promise you. I will never see Adam Brandt again after he calls this evening. Are you satisfied?
You seem to take giving him up pretty easily.
Do you think that I would ever give you the satisfaction of watching me grieve? You will never have a chance to gloat, Vinny.
I don't trust you. I know you're plotting how you can make a fool of me and break the promise you've just made. You better not. I'll be watching you every minute. And I won't be the only one. I wrote to Father and Orrin when I got back from New York.
But Adam...
Only enough so they'd be suspicious and watch you, too. Brand is outside. You can go and tell him what you have to do. See that you get rid of him. Right now.
Lavinia!
Yes, you'll have Vinny to thank, Ezra.
She knows.
Yes, she followed me to New York, and she knows who you are, too, Adam.
I know. That, I take it, is General Manning.
Judge Manning, then. Don't forget he used to be a judge. He won't forget it.
Does Orrin by any chance resemble his father?
No. Who would ever give you a stupid idea like that?
It would be damned queer if you fell in love with me because I recalled Ezra Manning to you.
No, I tell you, it was Orrin. You reminded me of. It was Orrin.
I remember that night we were introduced, and I heard the name, Mrs. Ezra Mannon. By God, how I hated you then for being his. I thought, I'll take her from him, and that'll be part of my revenge. And out of that hatred, my love came. It's damned queer, isn't it?
Are you going to let him take me from you now, Adam?
Oh, you ask that.
Do you swear it? No matter what you must do?
I swear it.
Remember that oath. Why did you sit there? That's his chair. Come, take this chair.
We've got to decide what we must do. The time for skulking and lying is over, and by God, I'm glad of it. Christine.
I was thinking maybe we should go into the sitting room. No! I've been afraid of you long enough, Ezra. Oh, I've made one blunder after the other. It was as if love drove me on to do everything I shouldn't. I never should have brought you to this house. Seeing you in New York should have been enough for me. But I loved you too much. I wanted you every possible moment we could steal. And I simply couldn't believe that he would ever come home. I prayed so intensely that he should be killed in the war that I finally believed it would surely happen. If only he were dead.
There's only one thing to do. I'll tell him myself. I'd give my soul to see his face when he knows you love Marie Brantom's son. And then I'll take you away openly and laugh at him. And if he tries to stop me, I'll kill him.
If only he had been killed.
Mm.
We could be married now. I bring you my share of the Mannon estate. It's only justice. It's yours by rights. It's what his father stole from yours.
That's true enough. Damn him.
You could buy your own ship. Be your own master.
It's always been my dream. Someday to own my own clipper. Oh, I would take you on a honeymoon then. We'd stop at the South Pacific Islands I've told you about. By God, there's the right place for love.
Yes. But Ezra is alive.
I know. It's only a dream.
You could have your dream, and I could have mine. There is a way. Do you remember my telling you that he had written complaining of pains about his heart?
What are you driving at, Christine?
Something that I've been thinking of ever since I realized that he might soon come home. And now with Vinny, well, even if we didn't have to consider Vinny, it would be the only way. I couldn't fool him for long. He's a strange, hidden man. His silences creep into my thoughts. Even if he never talked, I would feel what he was thinking. Some night lying beside him, it would drive me mad, and I would have to kill his silence by screaming the truth. If he died suddenly now, no one would suspect anything but heart failure. I've been reading a book. I saw it in my father's medical library one day about a week ago. It's as if some fate in me forced me to say it. I've written something here. I want you to get it for me. We sail for Boston tomorrow to wait for cargo.
All right.
Get this at some druggist down by the waterfront as soon as you get there. and mail it to me, here. Then wait until you hear from me, or until I come to you afterwards.
But how can you do it so no one will suspect?
He takes medicine. I'll give him his medicine.
Poison. It's a coward's trick.
Would you be braver to give me up to him and let him take your ship?
No, but I'd give him his chance.
Ha! Did he give your mother her chance?
No.
Well, then what makes you suddenly so scrupulous about his death? It must be the man in you coming out. Are you going to prove the first time your love is put to a real test that you're a weak coward like your father?
Christine, if it was any man said that to me...
Have you thought of this side of his homecoming? That he comes home to my bed? If you love me as you claim you do, I should think that would rid you of any scruples. If it was a matter of some woman taking you for me, I wouldn't have any qualms about which was or wasn't the right way to kill her. But maybe your love is just a lie. Maybe what you really want is a...
I'll do anything you want. You know that. And you're right. I'm a fool to have any feelings about how Ezra Manon dies.
There's the man I love again. Not some hypocritical Manon. Promise me. No more cowardly romantic scruples. Promise me.
I promise.
Remember your mother's death. Remember the dream you have of owning your own ship. But most of all, remember that you will have me. All your own.
This is the second time this week I've caught you coming home like this.
I'm aiming to do my patriotic duty, Vinny. The first time was celebrating Lee's surrender. And this time is drowning my sorrow for the president getting shot. And the third time will be when your pa gets home.
Father might arrive tonight.
Gosh, Vinny, I never calculated to get here so soon.
Evidently. He'd give you fits if he caught you like this. Oh, I don't believe he'll come, but he might.
Did you find out anything about that Brant?
Yes. There's no connection. It was just a silly idea of yours.
Well, if you want it left that way, I'll leave it that way.
What was that Marie Brantome like, Seth?
Marie? She was always laughing, dancing, frisky, full of life. Something free and wild about her, like an animal. Pretty, too. Hair just the color of the maws and urine she had.
I know.
Oh, everybody took to Marie. Couldn't help it. Even your pa. He was just a boy then. But he's crazy about her, too. Like a youngster should be. His mother was stern with him, but Marie, she made a fuss over him, petted him.
Father, too?
Yeah. But he hated her worse than anybody. When it got found out, she was his Uncle David's fancy woman.
I don't believe that about Father. You've had too much whiskey. Go to bed and sleep it off.
Yeah.
What are you moon-gazing at? Puritan maidens shouldn't peer too inquisitively into spring. Isn't beauty an abomination and love a vile thing? Why don't you marry Peter? You don't want to be left an old maid, do you?
I'm not marrying anyone. I've got my duty to Father.
Duty? How often I've heard that word in this house. Well, you can't say I didn't do mine all these years. But there comes an end.
And there comes another end, and you must do your duty again.
Yes, I realize that.
What's going on at the bottom of your mind? I know you're plotting something.
Don't be stupid, please.
Are you planning to see Adam Brandt again? You better not.
I'm not so foolish. I said goodbye once. Do you think I want to make it harder on myself?
Has it been hard for you? I wouldn't guess it, and I've... There's someone. Who's there?
It's I. Come, but I taught you never to cry.
I'm sorry, Father. But I'm so happy.
I appreciate your feeling.
Is it really you, Ezra?
Train was late. The railroad's jammed up. Everybody's got leave. I'm glad to see you, Christine. You're looking well. You're prettier than ever. Then you always were pretty.
Compliments from one's husband. How gallant you've become, Ezra. You must be terribly tired. Wouldn't you like to sit here on the steps for a while? The moonlight is so beautiful.
No. Come inside with me, Father. I'll get you something to eat. You must be starved.
No, thanks. I'd rather rest here a spell. Sit down, Vinny. I've got leave a few days, then I must go back and disband my brigade. Peace ought to be signed soon. President's assassination is a frightful calamity, but it can't change the course of events.
Oh, man. It's dreadful he should die just at the moment of his victory.
Yes. All victory ends in the defeat of death. That's sure. But does defeat end in the victory of death? That's what I wonder.
Where's Oren? Couldn't you get leave for him, too?
I've been keeping it from you. Oren was wounded.
Wounded? You don't mean badly hurt.
I know it. I knew it the minute you forced him into your horrible war. You needn't break it to me gradually, Ezra. Oren is dead, isn't he?
Don't say that. It isn't true. Is it, Father?
Of course it isn't. If your mother would permit me to finish instead of jumping to conclusions about her baby. There's no baby now. I've made a man of him. He did one of the bravest things I've seen in the war. He was wounded in the head. It was a close shave, but it turned out only a scratch. But he got brain fever from the shock. He's all right now. He was in a run-down condition, they say, at the hospital. I never guessed it. Nerves. I wouldn't notice nerves. He's always been restless. He gets that from you.
When will he be well enough to come home?
Soon. Doctor advised a few more days' rest. He's still weak. He was out of his head for a long time. Acted as if he were a little boy again. Seemed to think you were with him. Kept talking to Mother.
Oh.
I don't want you to baby him when he comes home, Christine.
You don't look well. You must go to bed soon, Ezra.
Yes, I want to. Soon.
No, not just yet. Please, Father. You've only just come. We've hardly talked at all. We've so much to tell you. All about Captain Brant.
Vinny wrote me that you'd had company. I never heard of him. What business had he here?
What, you'd better ask Vinny. He's her latest beau.
Fine guest to receive in my absence.
I do believe he even thought Mother was flirting with him. That's why I thought it was my duty to write to you, Father. You know how folks in this town gossip.
I would prefer not to discuss this until we're alone, Ezra, if you don't mind. I think that you have done enough mischief. Would you kindly leave us?
No.
Stop your squabbling, both of you. I hoped you'd grown out of that nonsense. I won't have it in my house.
Yes, Father.
Must be your bedtime, Vinny.
Yes, Father. I'm so happy you're here, Father.
March now.
Yes, Father. And you don't have to worry about anything, Father. I'll always take care of you.
Sit down, Ezra. You'll only make yourself more tired keeping on your feet. Now, tell me, please, just what it is you suspect me of.
Suspect? I only think you've been foolish to give gossips a chance to be malicious. But I would like you to explain how this Brant happened.
I'm only too glad to. I met him at Father's. Father took a fancy to him for some reason. So when he came to call, I couldn't be rude, could I? I hinted that his visits weren't welcome, but men of his type don't understand hints. The only talk has been that he's come to court Vinny. You can ask anyone in town.
Damn his impudence. It was your duty to tell him flatly he wasn't wanted.
Well, I must confess, I didn't mind his coming as much as I might. For one reason, he always brought news of Father. You can't imagine the strain I've been under worrying about Father and Oren. And you?
I've dreamed of coming home to you, Christine. You're beautiful. You look more beautiful than ever. You're younger. I feel like an old man beside you. Only your hair is the same. You're strange, beautiful hair.
Don't. Oh, I'm sorry. Ezra, I'm sorry. I didn't mean. I'm nervous. I'm tired.
I shouldn't have bothered you with that foolishness about Brant tonight, but I was jealous of Mike, to tell you the truth.
Why do you look at me like that?
Like what? How do you know your eyes are shut? God, I've got to talk to you, Christine. Explain some things inside me. Talk to my wife. Try to, anyway. Shut your eyes again. I can talk better that way. It's always hard for me to talk about feelings I never could when you looked at me.
Don't talk, Ezra.
It was seeing death all the time in this war got me to thinking these things. Death made me think about life. Before that, life only made me think about death.
Why all this talk of death?
It's always been the Mannons' way of thinking. They went to the White Meeting House on Sabbath and meditated on death. How the hell people ever got such notions? That White Meeting House. Stuck in my mind, clean scrubbed and whitewashed, a temple of death.
What has all this talk of death to do with me?
Shut your eyes again, listen, and you'll know. I've thought about my life, lying awake nights, and about your life. In the middle of battle, I think maybe in a minute I'll be dead. But my life is just me ending. That didn't seem worth a thought. But listen, me as your husband being killed, that seemed wrong somehow, like something dying that had never lived. Then I tried to look at all the years that we'd been man and wife together. But nothing was clear, except that there'd always been some barrier between us, some wall hiding us from one another. Do you know?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but you know it was there, Christine. Well, maybe you've always known that you didn't love me. I call to mind the Mexican War. I could see that you wanted me to go. Did you? That's why I went. I was hoping maybe I'd get killed. Maybe you were hoping that too. Were you?
No, what makes you say such things?
When I came back, you'd turned to your new baby, Oren. I was hardly alive for you anymore. It's when I made up my mind to do my work in the world and leave you alone in your life and not care. That's why I became a judge and a mayor, and such vain truck, and why folks in town looked on me as so able. Able for what? Able only to keep my mind from thinking about what I'd lost. You did love me before we were married. You won't deny that.
I don't deny anything.
All right, then. I came back to surrender to you what's inside me. I love you. I loved you then and all the years in between, and I love you now.
Ezra, please.
I want that said. We've got 20 good years still before us. I've a notion that if we'd leave the children and go off on a voyage together to the other side of the world, maybe find an island where we could be alone. Christine, I've got to make you love me.
For God's sakes, Ezra, stop talking. I don't know what you're saying. Leave me alone. What must be, must be. You make me weak. It's getting late.
Yes. 11:06. Time to turn in.
You tell me to stop talking. My God, that's funny.
I mean, what's the good of words? There's no wall between us. I love you.
Christine, I'd give my soul to believe that. But I'm afraid. Christina. Thought you'd gone to bed, young lady.
I didn't feel sleepy. Thought I'd take a little walk. It's such a fine night.
We're just going to bed. Your father is tired.
No time for a walk now, if you ask me. See that you turn in soon.
Yes, Father. Father!
What is it?
I forgot to say goodnight, Father.
All right then, Vinny, good night. Get to bed soon, like a good girl.
Yes, Father.
Christine.
Yes.
It's nearly daybreak, isn't it?
Yes, it's beginning to get gray.
What made you jump when I spoke?
I thought you were asleep.
I haven't been able to sleep. What makes you so uneasy?
I haven't been able to sleep either.
You slipped out of bed so quietly.
I didn't want to wake you.
Couldn't you bear it? Lying close to me?
I didn't want to disturb you by tossing around.
We'd better light the light and talk a while.
I don't want to talk. I prefer the dark.
I want to see you. You like the dark where you can't see your old man of a husband, is that it?
I wish you wouldn't talk like that, Ezra. Did you hear Vinny the first part of the night? Pacing up and down in front of the house like a sentry guarding you.
There's one who loves me at least. I feel strange, Christine.
You don't think you're going to be taken sick, do you?
It isn't my heart. Something troubling my mind. This house is not my house, and you are not my wife.
You acted as if I were your wife not long ago.
You lied to me tonight like you've always lied.
Look out, Ezra.
I'd
I'm not
hoped
going
my
to...
homecoming would be a new beginning. A new love between us. My God, I'm an old fool.
Did you think you could make me forget all the years? Oh, no, Ezra. It's too late. You want the truth. You've guessed it. You used me. You've given me children, but I've never once been yours. I never could be. And whose fault is it? When I married you, I loved you. I wanted to give myself, but you made me so I couldn't give. You filled me with disgust.
You say that to me. No. No, we mustn't fight. I mustn't lose my temper.
Oh, no. You wanted the truth. You're going to hear it now.
Quiet, Christine.
I lied about Captain Brandt. He is Marie Branton's son. And it was I he came to see, not Vinny. I made him come.
You dared!
And all those trips to New York, they weren't to visit my father. They were to be with Adam. He's gentle and tender. He's everything you've never been. He's what I've wanted all these years with you. A lover.
You whore!
I love him.
I'll kill you!
Oh.
Quick, medicine.
Yes, where's your medicine?
It's on the stand. Hurry!
I have it now. Here. Drink.
That's not. Help! Vinny!
heard Father calling me.
He had an attack.
Father! He's fainted.
He's all right now. Let him sleep.
Hot medicine. She's...
Father!
Let him alone. He's asleep. Dead?
Don't you dare pretend. You wanted him to die. Why did he point at you like that? Answer me!
I told him Adam was my lover.
You told him that when you knew his heart. You murdered him!
No! You made him suspicious. It was your fault. He forced me to tell him.
Look at me. Listen. He said, not medicine. What did he mean?
I don't know!
You do know! Tell me, what was it?
I don't know what to say. I'm going to faint. I have to lie down.
You murdered him just the same. I'll pay you back for this. I'll find a way to punish you. Father. Come back! Oh, don't leave me alone! Tell me what to do.
Strictly between you and me, I reckon it was love killed Ezra.
Love?
If you take my meaning. She's a damn handsome woman. He'd been away a long time, only natural between man and wife.
Can't say as I blame him. She's a looker.
Worse ways of dying.
Why do you keep following me everywhere? I had been a good wife to him for 20 years. Until I met Adam. And I would have been a good wife to him again as long as your father had lived. Where are you going?
To the station to meet Oren.
You are not going alone. I insist you have somebody with you.
So here you are.
Oh, I couldn't stay in there. It made me so nervous. All these people coming to stand around and stare.
Oh, no. But there won't be any more now.
Oh, Peter, would you go with Vinny to meet the train?
Of course.
Well, I hope Oren will surely come.
6:20 from the hill.
Vinny, I'm your mother. I brought you into the world. Have some feeling for me. It's the same train. It was late the night he came.
Try not to think of it. I'm so afraid you will make yourself sick.
Yes, I mustn't appear too old and haggard when Oren comes, must I? Oren always likes me to look pretty.
It will be so good to see him again.
Yes. He's my baby, you know. Before he left me. You love Oren, don't you? I'm glad. I want him to marry you. We'll be secret conspirators, shall we?
Oh, I don't understand.
You know how possessive Vinny is with Oren. She's always been jealous of you. I warn you, she'll do anything she can to keep him from marrying you.
Oh, Mrs. Manning, I can't believe Vinny.
So you must help me. We mustn't let Oren come under her influence again, especially now. When I talk to her, she won't answer me. She follows me around everywhere. She hardly leaves me alone for a minute. It gets on my nerves so I could scream.
Poor Vinny. She was so fond of her father. I don't wonder she's...
You're genuinely good, pure of heart, aren't you?
Oh, no, I'm not at all.
I was like you once. Long ago. Before. If I only could have remained as I was then. Why can't all of us remain innocent, loving and trusting? But God won't leave us alone. He twists and wrings, tortures our lives with other lives, until we poison each other to death.
You should go to bed. Try to rest. I'll wait here and tell you when Oren comes.
Home at last. God, how I've dreamed of coming home. I thought it would never end. We'd go on murdering and being murdered until no one was left alive. The house always looks so ghostly and dead.
That's only the moonlight, you chump.
It's like a tomb. That's what Mother used to say it reminded her of.
Is a tomb.
Forgotten. I simply can't realize he's dead yet. I suppose I'd come to expect that he'd live forever. Or at least outlive me. Where's Mother? Thought surely she'd be waiting for me.
You go ahead in, Peter. I want to speak with Aura in a moment.
Sure thing, Vinny.
She's worked herself into such a state of grief. I don't think she knows what she's doing.
Vinny's completely knocked out, too.
Oh, poor Oren. What a terrible homecoming this is for him.
Aren't you glad to see me?
Of course I am.
I'd never guess it. Hardly spoken a word since you met me. Listen, Vinny, there's something I want to ask you before I see Mother.
Well, hurry then. There's something I've got to tell you.
Now, what was that stuff you wrote about some Captain Brandt coming to see Mother?
There's no time to talk now. All I want to do is warn you to be on your guard. Don't let her baby you. Don't believe the lies she'll tell you. Wait till you've talked to me. Will you promise me that?
What the hell are you talking about? Now, honestly, Vinny, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Now, is it Brandt?
You shouldn't have left him alone. Oren! Oh, my boy!
Mother!
My baby!
Mother! God, it's good to see you.
Remember, Oren.
Oh, your head. Oh, you poor darling. Oh, you must have suffered. But it's all over now. Thank God. I've got you back again. Let's go in. Oh, there's someone else waiting who'll be glad to see you. Vinny, I must talk to you now that Oren is home. I appreciate that your grief has made you not quite normal, and I make allowances. Don't stay like that. What are you thinking? What did you do that night after I fainted? I missed something, some medicine I take to put me to sleep. Oh, I don't know what you're waiting for, to tell Oren your lies. Isn't that what you've been planning for the last 2 days? Tell me. Answer me when I speak to you.
Mother, where are you? Mother?
Here I am, dear.
How sick and changed he looks, doesn't he, Peter?
Head wounds are no joke. He's darned lucky to have come out alive.
Poor Mother, you sit down here and rest.
Listen to him, Hazel. You'd think that I were the invalid, not he.
Yes. You've got to take care of yourself, too, Oren.
Oh, forget me. I'm all right.
We'll play nurses, Hazel and I, won't we, Hazel?
Of course we will.
Hazel, bring me that cushion.
Well, the front was never like this, eh, Peter?
Not so you'd notice it.
Peter will be getting jealous.
Oh.
Poor boy. Does it hurt now?
Well, I thought it would explode on the tray, but it's fine when your hand is there. Gosh, Mother. Feels so darn good to be home again. Let me have a look at you. Hey, you look different. What is it?
It's just I'm getting older, I'm afraid, dear.
No, you're more beautiful than ever. And younger, too, somehow. What is it? Maybe I can guess.
Younger and more beautiful. Listen to him, Hazel. I must say you've learned to become very gallant.
Hazel. Do you remember how you waved your handkerchief at me the day I set off to become a hero? I thought you'd sprain your wrist. Sometime, in some war, they ought to make the women take the men's place for a month or so. Give them a taste of murder.
Oren.
Let them batter each other's brains with rifle butts and tear at each other's guts with bayonets.
Please.
Give it a rest, Oren. It's over. None of us liked it any more than you did.
I'm sorry, Hazel. That was rotten of me.
It was nothing, Oren. I understand how you feel. Really, I do.
Do you still sing, Hazel? I used to hear you singing down there. I used to hear you at the queerest times. So sweet and clear and pure. It would rise above the screams of the dying.
I wish that you wouldn't talk about death.
It made me feel that life was still alive somewhere. That and my dreams of Mother, and my memories of Vinny bossing me around like an old drill sergeant.
Oren, come and see Father.
Yes. You sounded just like him then. Heaven's sake, don't do that again. I'll go right away.
No, wait. Can't you let your brother have a minute's rest? You can see how worn out he is. Stay with me a little while, won't you?
Of course, Mother.
Very well. Only remember what I said, Oren.
Vinny! Where are you going?
You'll come in a little while, won't you?
Peter, we really must be getting home.
Yes.
It's kind of you to come. Annie, I'm afraid that this isn't a very cheerful house to visit right now. But please, come again soon. And Hazel, you will do Oren more good than anyone.
You must rest all you can now, Oren. And try not to think about things.
Oh, you're darn kind, Hazel. It's fine to see you. Same as ever.
I'm glad to. Goodbye, Oren.
Good night, Oren. Rest up and take it easy.
Bye, Peter. Thanks for meeting me. What's made you take such a fancy to Hazel? You never used to think much of her.
I was jealous, I confess. But I only want your happiness now, dear. I know how much you used to like Hazel.
That was only to make you jealous. Now you're a widow, I'm not home, and now are you trying to marry me off?
If you knew how horribly lonely I've been without you.
Who is this Captain Brandt that's been calling on you?
On me? You mean on Vinny, don't you? Where did you get such a silly idea? Ah, I know, of course. Vinny probably wrote you the same nonsense she did your father.
She wrote him? What did he do?
Well, he laughed, naturally. He realizes that there isn't any lie she wouldn't tell.
Oh, come now, Mother. Just because you're always getting on each other's nerves doesn't mean that Vinny would ever deliberately...
Doesn't it? Your sister will stop at nothing. She will accuse me of the vilest, most horrible
Honestly,
things.
Mother, you oughtn't to say that.
I wouldn't say it to anyone but you, Orrin. But we've always been so close. I feel you really are my flesh and blood. She isn't. She's your father's. You're a part of me.
Yes, I feel that too.
We used to have a little world of our own, didn't we? You and I, that nobody knew about, you and I.
No Mannins was our password, remember?
And that's what Vinny and your father could never forgive us. But we'll make that little world of our own again, won't we?
I won't pretend to you that I'm sorry he's dead.
I'm glad he's left us alone, too. If only now you won't believe in his poisonous lies.
Lies? What? You haven't told me about that brat yet.
Well, there isn't anything to tell except in Vinny's morbid, revengeful mind. She says the most terrible things about everyone. You wouldn't believe it. And now with the shock of your father's death, I actually believe she's insane. Haven't you noticed how queerly she acts?
Well, I saw she'd changed a lot, but
And her craziness is all worked out in a hatred of me. Now, you take this Captain Brandt affair, for example.
Yes?
A stupid ship captain. I happened to meet at your grandfather's, who took it into his silly head to call her a few times without being asked. Vinny thought that he was coming to court her. I honestly believe that she fell in love with him, Orrin. She soon discovered that it wasn't she he was after at all.
Who was he after? You?
Orrin, I am an old married woman with 2 grown children. He was after your father to get him a better ship. I quickly saw through his little scheme, and he'll never call here again. I promise you that. That is the whole of the great Captain Brandt scandal. Satisfied? I haven't told you the worst yet. Vinny accuses me, your mother, of actually being in love with that fool and having met him in New York and gone to his rooms. I'm no better than a prostitute in your sister's mind.
Vinny couldn't.
I told you she'd gone crazy. And she followed me to New York to spy on me when I went to visit your sick grandfather. She saw me meet a man, and immediately to her crazy brain, the man was Brandt.
She told Father that? No wonder he's dead. Well, who was this man you met in New York?
Mr. Lamar. Your grandfather's old friend. I've known him ever since I was a baby. He asked me to go with him to call on his daughter, Orrin. You pretend to love me, and yet you question me, as if you suspected me too.
Oh, Mother, please don't. I do love you.
Vinny suspects me of having poisoned your father.
What? No. God, if that's true, she should be in an asylum.
She found some medicine I take to put me to sleep. But I know in her crazy mind she thinks I'm so afraid of her. Orrin, don't let her turn you against me. You're all I have in the world to protect me, dear.
I'd turn against you. Even if I knew that you...
No! Orrin, you don't believe.
No, I only meant that I could forgive anything. Anything. Except that other about Brandt.
I swear.
Mother, I want to tell you something. Did you really want me to come home?
What a foolish question.
Your letters were farther and farther between. Made me crazy. I wanted to desert and run home, or else be killed. Oh, I used to have the most wonderful dreams about you. Islands. South Sea Islands. The whole time I was out of my head, I seemed to really be there. There was no one there but you and me. The breaking of the waves was like your voice. And the warm sand was like your skin. The whole island was you.
If only you had never let them take you from me. If only you had never gone away.
I've come home now. Everything's going to be all right, isn't it?
I didn't mean it had to be.
Do you remember when you used to let me brush your hair? Still got the same beautiful hair. Mother, everything's going to be wonderful. We'll get Vinny to marry Peter, and then there'll just be you and me.
What do you want?
Oren, aren't you coming to see Father?
Yes, I'll go right now.
Vinny. Come here, please. I don't want to shout across the room. Well, you can go ahead now and tell Oren anything you want. I've already told him, so you might as well save yourself the trouble. He thinks you're insane. He doesn't want a public disgrace any more than you do, and it would all come out in a trial. Everything. Oh, believe me, I would show you to the world as a daughter who desired her mother's lover and then tried to get her hanged out of jealousy and hate. Go ahead. Try and convince Oren of my wickedness. He loves me, and he hated his father. And he is glad he is dead. And even if he knew that I had killed him, he would protect me. For God's sakes, keep Oren out of this. He's still sick. He speaks of nothing but death. Don't tell him about Adam. He'd kill him. I couldn't live then. I would kill myself.
Who are you? Another corpse? You and I have seen hillsides sown with them, and it meant nothing. Death becomes the Mannins. You always were like the statue of some eminent dead man, staring out over the head of life without a sign of recognition. You never cared to know me in life. But I think we can be friends now that you're dead.
Oren.
Don't sneak up on me like that. Honestly, Vinny, what the hell has gotten into you? What are you locking the door for?
Because I don't want to be interrupted. What made you say those things just then?
Oh, Vinny, you don't understand. It's just... Well, he seemed to me so strangely familiar. The same familiar stranger I've never known. You know what his nickname was in the Army? Old Stick. Short for stick in the mud.
Oren, he was your father. He was so proud of you when he came home. He boasted you had done one of the bravest things he had seen in the war.
One of the bravest things he'd seen? That's rich. I'll tell you the story of that heroic deed. I guess it began the night before when I sneaked through their lines. I was always volunteering for extra danger. I was so frightened anyone would guess I was afraid. There was a thick mist. And it was so still you could hear the fog seeping into the ground. I met a Reb crawling towards our lines. His face drifted towards mine out of the mist. I shortened my sword and let him have the point right under the ear. He stared at me as if he'd sat on a tack. Then his eyes dimmed and went out.
Don't think of that now.
I had to kill another in the same way before I made it back. It was like murdering the same man twice. I had the queer feeling that war meant murdering the same man over and over again, until in the end I discovered that that man was myself.
For heaven's sake, forget the war. It's over.
Not inside us who killed. The next morning, I was lying in the trenches. I hadn't slept. My head felt queer. And I thought, what a stupid joke on all the generals like Father, if everyone on both sides suddenly saw the joke that war was on them and laughed and shook hands. So I began to laugh, and I walked towards their lines with my hand out. Of course, the joke was on me. I got this head wound. I went crazy. I started yelling and running towards their lines. Then a bunch of our fools went crazy, too, and joined me. And we captured a part of their lines that they hadn't dared tackle before. Of course, I'd acted without orders. But Father decided it was a better policy to overlook that and let me be a hero.
You were brave, and you know it. I'm proud of you, too.
All right. Be proud, then. Well, I know what you're going to say. Mother warned me. Honest to God, Vinny, what has gotten into you?
Oren, how can you be so stupid? Look at me. I'm the same as I always was. Your sister who loves you.
I didn't mean... I only think the shock of his death...
I've never lied to you, have I? Even when we were little, I always told you the truth, didn't I?
Yes, but...
Then you must believe I wouldn't lie to you now.
No one is saying that you deliberately lie.
And even if she's got you so under her thumb that you doubt my word, you can't doubt absolute proof.
Now, never mind what you call proofs. I've heard about them. Now, listen, Vinny, if you're going to tell me a lot of crazy stuff about Mother, I warn you, I won't listen.
If you don't, I'll go to the police.
Don't be a damn fool.
I will, if you force me to.
You must be crazy.
They won't think so.
Good God, do you actually believe...
Yes. I accuse her of murder. I found this right after Father died.
Don't be a damn lunatic. She told me about that. That's only some stuff she takes to make her sleep.
I swear to you by our dead father, I am telling you the truth. Father, make Oren believe me.
Here, give me that.
Oh. So you're afraid it's true?
No. It's too insane. I won't talk to a crazy woman. Listen, by God, Vinny, you leave Mother alone.
Poor Father. He thought the war had made a man of you, but you're not. You're still the same spoiled crybaby she can make a fool of whenever she pleases.
That's enough from you.
She boasted that you wouldn't believe me. That even if you knew she'd murdered Father, you'd be glad. Because you always hated him. Oren, Please, here. Before him, tell me that isn't true, at least.
Of course I never said that. And I don't believe she did either.
If you won't help me punish her, I hope you're not such a coward that you're willing to let her lover escape.
Lover? Who do you mean?
I mean the man who helped her plot Father's murder. Who must have helped her get the poison. I mean Captain Brandt.
She told me your rotten lies about him and about following her to New York. That was Mr. Lamar she met.
Orrin, don't be such a fool. As if I wouldn't know the difference between Mr. Lamar and Adam Brandt. She kisses you, pretends she loves you, when she'd forgotten you were even alive, when all she's ever thought of is this low lover of hers.
Stop it now, I won't stand for it.
When all she's thinking of now is how she can use you to stop me from doing anything so she can get her chance to run off and marry him.
You lie.
I tell you, she went to his room. I saw them go upstairs. I heard her say, I love you, Adam. She was kissing him.
Damn you!
She went to New York on the excuse of visiting Grandfather Hamill when all the time it was to give herself
You
to...
dare say that about Mother. Now you've got to prove it. You prove it!
All I ask is a chance to prove it. But when I do, will you help me punish Father's murderers?
I'll kill the bastard. Only it's your word against hers. Now, you say Brandt is her lover. If that's true, I'll know she murdered Father. But you've got to prove it.
I can do that easily. She's frightened out of her wits. She'll go and see Brandt the first chance she gets. We must give her that chance. Will you believe me when you find them together?
Yes. God, I can't see her now.
Don't let her know that you suspect her. Pretend you think that I'm out of my mind.
Why won't you answer me? Why have you locked me out? Let me in.
Answer her.
All right, I'm coming.
Wait.
Open your door.
If you want proof, watch her reaction when she sees this.
I was so afraid, Orrin.
What made you afraid, Mother?
Why do you stare at me like that? You look so like your father.
Well, I am his son, too.
Orrin?
I suppose you've been telling him your vile lies.
Oh, she's out of her head, Mother.
Didn't I tell you? I knew you would see that. I know that she's plotting something crazy. And she threatened to go to the police. You wouldn't let her do that, would you?
No, Mother.
No. No. Remember, your father wouldn't want any scandal. He mustn't be worried, he said. He must have his rest in peace. You're the same in death to me, Ezra. You always were dead to me. I hate the sight of death. I hate the look of it. Oh!
Mother! For God's sake! To think I hoped home would be an escape from death. I should never have come back to life.
It was Brandt who got you this medicine to make you sleep.
No!
No! Yes, you're telling me it was. I knew it, but I just wanted to make sure.
No! Ezra! Ezra! Don't let her. I'm the only guilty one. Don't let her.
Mother,
Yes.
the Bradfords have invited me and Vinny to their place.
Why didn't they mention it to me? Are you going to leave me alone?
Well, it was Cousin Harriet's idea. She thinks Vinny needs a change. Might bring her back to her senses.
When would you go?
Later today?
Do as you please. Perhaps it's for the best. Annie? Annie?
Yes, ma'am?
I'm going to New York. Come help me.
Where to, Mrs. Manning? New York?
No, Boston.
Early in the morning, the sailor likes his bottle. A bottle of beer and a bottle of wine and a bottle of Irish whiskey. How early in the morning, the sailor likes his bottle. I'll buy a drink for the slickest shantyman on the Western or any other damn ocean. Huh? Go to hell, then. I can buy it myself. Oh, by Christ, it's gone. I've been plucked clean.
Who's there? Come out where I can see you, or by God, I'll shoot.
Oh, easy go, Shifty. Stow the pistol. And who in hell are you to be threatening the life of an honest shantyman? Huh? Trying to hold me up, are you? Been robbed once.
No harm meant. I'm skipper of this vessel. I'm lacking a watchman, and I need to keep my weather eye open.
Well, you don't know me, that's plain. I'm the finest damn chanty man ever put a tune to his lips. I ain't looking for births. They're looking for me.
I'm not doubting your abilities, but I'd advise you to turn in and sleep it off.
The old days are dying. Steam's coming in. Sea's full of smoky tea kettles. Where'll the likes of you and me be then? Yeah, everything's dying. Abe Lincoln's dead. I shipped on the Manning packets, and I seen in the paper where Ezra Manning is dead. Heart failure killed him, it said. I know better. I sailed the Manning hookers, and I know he never had no heart in him. Opened them up, and dried up turtle.
Here.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Hey, oh, it's a fine ship you got there, sir. Cracked sail on her, and she'll beat most of them. And you're the kind of man to crack sail on, I can tell by your cut.
Aye, I'll make her go all right.
Aye. All you need to help you is a good shantyman. Here. They call me Hanging Johnny, away, boys, away. They say I hang her money. Oh, hang, boys, hang.
Stop that damn dirge and get out of here. Look lively now.
I can see you ain't got much ear for music. Well, good night to you.
Good night.
They say I hanged my mother, away, I-yo. They say I hanged my brother, oh, hang, boys, hang. Oh, they call me hang, away, boys.
Who's there?
They say
Adam.
Christine, come to the gangplank. I'll meet you there. Glad you came soon. Did that drunk see you?
No. I hid behind some barrels. Please. Please don't talk. Only hold me close to you. Tell me you love me.
No time. I've got to know what's happened. I'm sorry. My nerves are gone from waiting alone here so long. I read in the papers he was dead. What is it, Christine?
Vinny knows.
Oh, God. What is she going to do? How did you get away?
It's all right. Orrin has taken Vinny to visit their cousins overnight. He thought the change would bring her to her senses. I've made Orrin think that she's out of her head with grief, so he won't listen to her.
And he believes that?
Yes. He does. Now, I don't know how long, Adam. We've got to plan. So many things happened I couldn't foresee. I've come to warn you, you know, if Vinny has...
Shh. Come below to the cabin. We're fools to be talking up here.
And he told her I was guilty. And then afterwards she found the poison.
For God's sake, why didn't you get rid of it?
I fainted before I had a chance to hide it. I planned it so carefully. But how could I know that she would come in at just that moment? And how would I know that he would talk to me the way he did? He drove me crazy. he kept talking of death. He was tormenting me. I only wanted him to die and leave me alone.
He knew before he died whose son I was. By God, I'll bet that maddened him.
And I planned it so carefully. But something made things happen.
I knew it. I've had a feeling in my bones. It serves me right what has happened. It is to happen. It wasn't that kind of revenge I'd sworn on my mother's body. I should have done as I wanted. Fought with Ezra Manning as two men fight for love of a woman. Well, I have my father's coward blood in me, I think.
Adam, you make me feel so guilty.
Oh, I didn't mean to blame you, Christine. It's too late for regrets now, anyway. We've got to think what to do.
Yes. I'm so terrified of Vinny. Adam, you must promise me. Be on your guard every minute. If she ever convinces Aaron that you're my lover. Adam, why can't we go away? Once we're out of her reach, she can't do anything.
The flying trades won't be sailing for a month or more.
Can't we go away on another ship? As passengers, to the east. We could be married out there. Aaron was telling me of an island.
But everyone in the town would know you were gone. It would start suspicion.
Oh, no. Aaron and Vinny would lie to people. They would have to, for their own sake. They would say I was in New York with my father. Oh, Adam, it's the only thing we can do if we don't get out of Vinny's reach right away. I know something horrible will happen.
The Atlantis is sailing on Friday for China. I'll arrange with her skipper to give us passage and keep his mouth shut. They'll have to find another skipper for the flying trades.
Poor Adam. I know how it hurt you to give up your ship.
Oh, there are plenty of ships, Christine. But there is only one you.
I'm so guilty. I've brought you nothing but misfortune.
Oh, you have brought love. The rest is only the price. You're all mine now, anyway.
I'm afraid I'm not much to brag of having now. I've grown old in the past few days. But I'll make up to you for everything, Adam. Try not to regret your ship too much.
I'll walk to the end of the wharf with you. I won't go further. We might be seen.
Are you satisfied now?
Yes. David. Death is too good for him. He ought to...
Oren, we must do exactly as we planned so there'll be no suspicion on us.
I'll give up the sea. I think it's through with me now anyway. The sea hates a coward.
No, don't talk like that, Adam. You have me. And we will be happy when we're safe on your blessed islands.
Aye, the blessed isles. Maybe we can still find happiness and forget.
We will find them. We will.
For the love of God, watch out for Vinny. If anything should happen to you now.
Nothing is going to happen to me. Goodbye, my lover. I must go. I must. Oh, I feel so strange. Oh, Adam. Tell me you don't regret. Tell me we're going to be happy.
Of course we'll be happy. Come now. It's only a couple of days.
Why did you stop me? I'd shot his guts out in front of her.
Outside on the deck where the shot could be heard.
So, it's goodbye to you flying trades. And you're right. I wasn't man enough for you.
In his stateroom. He'll come straight in here. That'll give you time to come in behind him and see.
You needn't tell me what to do. I've had thorough training at this game, thanks to you and Father.
Is he dead?
Yes.
Don't stand there. Here's the chisel. Smash everything in his stateroom. We must make it look as if thieves killed him. Take anything valuable. We'll throw it overboard afterwards. Hurry! How could you have loved that vile woman? But you're dead. It's over. God find forgiveness for your sins. May the soul of our cousin, DeMunn, rest in peace.
Rest in hell, you mean? I've pried open everything I could find.
Quick then, here's your pistol.
I've got to go through his pockets and make it look like a burglary. I'll throw these overboard afterwards.
On!
God, he looks like Father.
No, come along.
I've killed him before, over and over again.
Oren!
Do you remember me telling you how the faces of the men I killed came back and changed to Father's, then became my own? He looks like me. Maybe I've committed suicide.
Hurry, someone will come.
If I were he, I would have done what he did. Loved her as he loved her. And killed Father, too, for her sake.
Yes? Who's there? Who's there? Oh, God. Hannah? Annie? Annie?
Yes, Mrs. Mann.
Oh. Where is Annie?
You gave her the night off.
Oh. I did? Yes.
Mother?
Orrin, what kept you? I was terribly frightened at being alone here.
Well, that is strange when you have the memory of Father for company.
You were at the Bradfords all this time?
We didn't go to the Bradfords.
Didn't go?
We decided to go to Boston instead.
To Boston?
And we followed you when you called on your lover in his cabin.
Orrin, how dare you? Don't look at me like that. Tell me.
Your lover. Don't lie, Mother. You've lied enough. I was on deck listening. What would you have done if you would have known that I was on deck? Would you have gotten your lover to murder me too, Mother? I heard you warning him against me, but your warning was no use.
What? Tell me.
I killed her.
Oh. No. You're just saying that to punish me, aren't you? You said you loved me. You said you'd protect me, protect your mother. You couldn't commit murder.
You could murder Father, couldn't you? Here, read that if you don't believe me. We got it in Boston to see whom the police would suspect. There's only a few lines. Brant wasn't important except to you.
Oh.
They think exactly what we planned they should think. That he was murdered by waterfront thieves. There is nothing to connect us with his death.
Oh.
How can you grieve for that servant's bastard? I know he was the one who planned Father's death. You couldn't have done that. He got you under his influence to revenge himself. He hypnotized you. I saw you weren't yourself the moment I came home, you remember? How else could you have loved that low swine? How else could you have said the things? I heard you planning to go with him to the island.
Oh.
The island that I told you about. That was our island. That was you and me, Mother. Don't moan like that. You're still under his influence, but you'll forget him. I'll make you happy. We'll leave Vinny here. We'll go away. We'll go away on a long voyage to the South Seas.
Orrin.
Don't you hear me? Speak to me. Will you always love him? Do you hate me now? Mother, answer me! Say you forgive me.
Orrin, are you becoming her crybaby again? Leave her alone. Go inside the house. Do you hear me? March!
Yes, sir!
You know it was justice. It was the only way true justice could be done. going to do? You can live. It is justice.
What's that?
It is justice! It is your justice, Father.
Mother shot herself. Father's pistol. Get a doctor. No. It's too late. She's dead. Why did she, Vinny? I drove her to it. She couldn't forgive me. Why did I have to boast about killing him? Why couldn't I let her think that burglars killed him? Then she wouldn't have hated me. Then she would have forgotten him. She would have turned to me. I murdered her!
Oh, for God's sake, please be quiet.
Let me go. I gotta find her. I gotta get her to forgive me. She's gone. How can I ever get her to forgive me now?
You have me, haven't you? I love you. I'll help you to forget.
Vinny, did you hear a shot?
I want you to go to Dr. Blake's. Tell him Mother has killed herself in a fit of insane grief over Father's death.
Yeah. I'll tell him, Vinny. Anything you say.
I'll never forget to my dying day the way he looked at the funeral.
He certainly was broken up.
And the way he acted, like someone in a trance. Now, I don't believe he knows what he's doing or where he's going or anything.
A long voyage is the best thing to help them both forget.
God almighty, Seth, be you glued to that jug?
Hey, God darn him, he's getting stingy in his old age.
So early in the morning,
A
the
sailor
likes his bottle, oh, a bottle of beer and a bottle of gin and a bottle of Irish whiskey, oh. So early in the morning, the sailor likes his bottle, oh.
Ah, you like your bottle, except when your old woman's got her eye on you.
Yeah, she's over visiting her folks to New Bedford. What the hell I care? Hurrah, hurrah, sing the Jubilee. Hurrah, hurrah, the flag that makes her free. Hurrah, her folks have set me free.
Oh, God almighty, Seth, ain't you got no heart in you? Watching me perishing for lack of whiskey, and you keep froze to that jug.
No, you don't. I'm under your game. He's aiming to get so full of Injun courage, he wouldn't mind if a ghost sat in his lap.
Think you can scare me? There ain't no such thing as ghosts.
Oh. And I'm saying you're scared to prove there ain't. Let's get our bet set out plain for a witness.
Hey.
I'm letting you in the Manning house. And I'm betting you $10 and a gallon of liquor. You dasn't stay in there till moonrise at 10 o'clock. If you come out of far then, you lose. Agreed?
Agreed. And it's like stealing $10 off you.
We'll see. And you're supposed to go in there sober.
Aye.
But I won't make it too dead sober. I ain't that hard-hearted. Here. Take a good swig. You're looking mighty pale about the gills already.
No such thing.
Whoa, there. You ain't drinking for all on us.
Be it all right if I go in a 4, Doc? I'd like to know where I'm at while I can see.
Well, I calculate you can. Come along. I've took the screws out of that door already. I'll let you right in. Don't want you running into furniture and breaking things. When them ghosts get chasing. Vinny and Oran's liable to be back from China before long. She'd give me hell if anything was broke.
I'll comfort your old woman. Providing she needs comforting, which ain't likely.
Ah, to hell with you.
Oh.
Hey. Come on. I'll show you the handiest place to say your prayers. Take the Nims place out my way. Asa Nims killed his wife with a hatchet. She nagged him, then hung himself in the attic. And you've been Billet that bought the place. He used to hear things, crawl on at the walls and see chairs move about. And there's my cousin Jed. He's seen one. On a whaler in the Indian Ocean, that was. Someone got knifed, pushed overboard. After that, on moonlight nights, they'd see him settling on the yards and hear him moaning to himself. Yes, sir. My cousin Jed. He ain't no liar.
really believe that their house is haunted, Seth? Or are we only joking, Abner?
Don't be a darn fool. I was only joking him, of course.
Still, be only natural if it was haunted. She shot herself there.
Hide that jug, Journey. Good evening.
Evening.
I was just showing some friends around.
Hello, Seth. Just the man we're looking for. We just had a telegram. Vinny and Orrin have landed in New York, and they're going to take the train.
God almighty. Here's your money, darn you. I wouldn't stay in there for $1 million. I heard him coming after me, and I run in the room opposite. And I see Ezra's ghost, dressed like a judge, coming through the wall, and by God, I run.
What's this all about? What was he doing in there?
That was Ezra's statue, that a ghost you turned, did you?
I know a statue when I seen it, and I knowed him. Let's get out of here. I've had enough of this darn place.
You run, fellas, run along. I'll join you later. Abner Small's always bragging how brave he is, so I bet him he dasn't stay in there.
Seth, what would Vinny say if she knew you did such a thing?
There ain't no harm done. I calculate Abner didn't break nothing, and Vinny wouldn't mind. I was aiming to stop the darn gabbing that's been going around town about this house being haunted.
Bosh.
It ain't bosh, Peter. There's been evil in this house ever since it was first built in hate. And it's been growing ever since, as what's happened there has proved. You ought to persuade them, now they're back, not to live in it. When are they coming?
Tomorrow, Vinny asked us to open the house.
You want to do it tonight?
Oh, we must, Seth. We've got so little time.
Well, I'll go to the barn, get rooms.
I can't get over Seth acting so strangely.
Oh, rum and old age.
No. There is something queer about this house. I've always felt it, even before the General's death and her suicide. I wonder how Orrin is. Vinny's letters haven't said much about him. Seth was right. You feel something could grip you the moment you set foot.
Oh, nonsense. Here's Seth. Listen to him whistling to keep his courage up.
A darned idiot female I got into clean months after Vinny and Orrin sale started it. Said she felt ghosts around. You know how them things grow. After I get through telling my story about Abner Small around town tomorrow, you find folks will shut up. Not take it serious no more.
You're right, Seth. That was a darn slick notion. Nothing like a joke to lay a ghost.
Yeah. Between you and me and the lamppost, it ain't all such a joke as it sounds. That about the hunting, I mean.
You aren't going to tell me you think the house is haunted, too.
Maybe. Maybe not. All I know is I wouldn't stay in here all night if you was to give me the town.
Seth, I'm ashamed of you.
First time I ever heard you say you were afraid of anything.
Do we have to do all this tonight, Peter?
There's times when a man's a darn fool not to be scared. There is such a thing as an evil spirit. And I've felt it. Coming in here daytimes to see to things. Like something rotting in the walls.
Boo.
Peter, the other things can wait. Let's finish the house tomorrow.
All right, it's late anyway.
I'll go chop some wood.
stop there. What are you afraid of? Come on. This is the test. You must be brave. You've got to face it. Do you feel you can? Now we're here.
I'll be all right with you.
That's all I wanted. To hear you say that. Why don't you look at the house? Are you afraid? Oren, I want you to look now. Do you hear me?
Yes, Vinny.
Well, you don't see any ghosts, do you? Tell me.
No.
Because there are none. Tell me you know there are none. Oren.
Yes.
Let's go in.
It was here. She... The last time I saw her alive.
That's all past and finished. The dead have forgotten us. And we've forgotten them. Come. Oren?
I'm here.
What are you doing? Come here.
I was sure she'd be waiting for me here. But she wasn't. She isn't anywhere.
Oren.
They're everywhere. She's gone forever. She'll never forgive me now. Well, let her go. What is she to me now? I'm not her son anymore. I'm father's. I'm a mannin. And they'll all welcome me home.
Stop it. Do you hear me?
Don't be angry with me, Vinny.
I'm not angry with you, dear. But do try to get hold of yourself and be brave. Don't you know how you frighten me when you act so strangely? You don't mean to hurt me, do you?
Oh, God knows. You're all I have left in this world.
That's a good boy. Won't you be glad to see Peter and Hazel again?
Why? What can they have to do with us now?
A lot. What we need most is to get back to simple, normal things and begin a new life. And their love and friendship will help us more than anything.
Love? What right have I to love, or you now?
Every right.
You don't know how like mother you've become, Vinny. I don't mean just how pretty you've gotten.
Do you really think that I'm as pretty as she was, Oren?
I mean the change in your soul, too.
Please, don't begin talking nonsense again.
Don't you believe in souls anymore? Oh, I think you will when we've lived in this house a while. The man in dead will convert you. Ask them.
Oren, what's come over you? one of these morbid spells since we left the islands.
I know. I had to bring you back from the islands. My brotherly duty. If we'd have stayed any longer...
I don't know what you're talking about. I only went there for your sake.
Yes, but afterwards.
You promised you wouldn't talk any more nonsense. You told me that if you could come back here and face your ghosts, you could rid yourself of your silly guilt about the past forever.
I know, Vinny.
And I believed you. But now you've suddenly become so strange again. Listen. I want you to start again by facing all your ghosts right now. Who murdered Father?
Brant did, for revenge.
Who murdered Father? Answer me.
Mother was under his influence.
That's a lie. It was he who was under hers. You know the truth.
Yes.
She was a murderess and an adulteress, wasn't she?
Yes.
If we'd done what we should have done under the law, she would have been hanged, wouldn't she?
Yes.
But we protected her. She could have lived, couldn't she? But she chose to kill herself for her punishment, for her crime of her own free will. It was an act of justice. It had nothing to do with you. You know that now, don't you? Tell me. And your feeling of responsibility for her death was only your morbid imagination. You don't feel it now. You'll never feel it again. There, you can do it when you want to. You see? Oh, there, don't cry. You ought to feel proud. Help me take off these furniture coverings. We might as well start making ourselves useful.
What?
Don't you know me anymore, Peter?
Vinny, I thought you were... I can't realize it's you. You've grown so, like you've changed so.
Let me look at you. The same. Thank goodness.
You ought to know I'd never change with you.
You haven't told me you're glad to see me.
You know how much. Gosh, Vinny, you know, you ought to have given us more warning. We've only just started to open the place up. Hazel and I...
You're still the same old Peter. You're still scared of me.
You look so pretty. And healthy. Your trip certainly did you good. I can't get over seeing you just in color. You always used to wear black.
I was dead then.
You ought always to wear color.
Do you think so?
Yes. It certainly is becoming. I can't tell you.
Oh, Orrin. Here's Peter. Don't you see, Peter? Why don't you speak to him? You mustn't be so rude.
Oh, give him a chance. Hello, Orrin.
Hello, Peter.
Glad to see you back.
Good to see you, too. See, Vinny's the same. Always trying to teach me manners.
You bet I remember. But say, hasn't she changed, though? And I was just telling her how well she looked in color.
Did you ask her why she stole Mother's colors? I can't see why yet. but I'm sure it will prove a strange reason when I do discover it.
Don't mind him, Peter.
And she's gotten so romantic. Imagine that. Influence of the islands, eh, Vinny?
You stopped at the islands?
Yes. But they turned out to be Vinny's islands, not mine. They only make me sick. And the naked women disgusted me. But you should have seen Vinny with the men. Oh, she was a bit shocked by their dances at first. But afterwards, she fell in love with the islanders. If we'd stayed another month, I'm sure I would have found her some moonlight night under the palm trees, dancing, naked as the rest.
Oren, don't be disgusting.
I wasn't as blind as I pretended to be. Do you remember Avahani?
Stop talking like a fool. What will Peter think? Why don't you go and find Hazel? Here, let me look at you. I want you to look your best when she sees you. Don't stand like a ramrod. You'd be so handsome if you'd shave off that silly beard. Stop carrying yourself like a tin soldier.
Not looked so much like father, eh? More like a romantic clipper, Captain? Don't look so frightened,
What's come over him?
It's the same thing. What the war did to him. On top of that, Father's death and the shock of Mother's suicide.
Don't worry, Vinny. It'll be all right.
Thank you, Peter. You're so good. Do you think you still love me, Peter?
Don't have to ask that, do you? But do you think now maybe you can love me?
Yes.
You really mean that?
Yes, I do. Oh, I've thought of you so much. You mustn't mind what Oren keeps saying about those islands. He's become a regular bigoted man.
Gosh, you certainly have changed. But I'm darn glad.
He keeps teasing me that I was flirting with that native he spoke about. Simply because he used to smile at me, and I used to smile back.
Now I'm beginning to get jealous, too.
Oh, you mustn't. He made me think of you. He made me dream of marrying you and...
Oh, well then. I owe him a vote of thanks.
I love those islands. They finished setting me free. There was something there so beautiful and mysterious. They made me forget death. There was no hereafter. There was only this world here. The warm earth, and the moonlight, the natives dancing, naked and innocent, with no knowledge of sin. Oh, Peter. Hold me close. We'll be married soon, won't we? And we'll settle in the country away from folks and their evil talk. We'll make an island on the land together. And we'll have children and we'll love them. And we'll teach them to love life so they can never be possessed by hate and death. But I'm forgetting Orrin.
What's Orrin got to do with us, Mary?
I can't leave him until he's well again. I'd be afraid.
Let him live with us.
No, I want to be rid of the past. I want to tell you what's wrong with Orrin, so you and Hazel can help me. He feels guilty about Mother killing herself.
But that's crazy.
I know it is. You can't do anything with him when he gets into these morbid moods of his. Oh, not that he's like he is tonight usually. Most of the time he's like himself, only quiet and sad. So sad it breaks my heart to see him.
We'll get him all right again one way or another.
Bless you, Peter.
truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Is that what you're demanding, Father? You sure you want the whole truth? What will the neighbors say? Ticklish decision, for your honor. Yes?
Please open the door.
In a minute. All right.
Why did you lock yourself in? What are you doing?
Reading?
Father's law books.
Or not. I'm considering studying law. He wanted me to, if you remember.
What is it you're really doing?
Curious, aren't you?
Oh, my goodness, why wouldn't I be? You oughtn't to stay in this stuffy room in this hot weather. You ought to go outside and get some fresh air.
I find artificial light more appropriate for my work. Man's feeble light, not God's.
Your work? What work?
Studying the law of crime and punishment, as you saw.
You're only trying to rile me. But I won't let you.
Were you hoping you could escape retribution? You can't. Confess and atone to the full extent of the law. That's the only way we can wash the guilt of mother's blood from our souls.
Over and over and over. Will you never lose your stupid, guilty conscience? You're becoming my guilty conscience, too. How can you still love that vile woman when you know all she wanted to do was to leave you and marry that?
Yes, just as you intend to leave me and marry Peter. But you won't. By God. You'll soon stop your tricks when you find out what I've been writing.
What have you written?
Ah, that frightens you, doesn't it?
Tell me what you've written.
None of your damn business.
I must know.
Well, as I've practically finished it, I will tell you. At his earnest solicitation, as the last male Manon. Thank God for that, eh? I've been writing a history of our family.
What kind of history do you mean?
A true history of all the family crimes, beginning with Grandfather Abe's. All the crimes, including ours.
Orrin.
Most of what I've written is about you. I found you the most interesting criminal of us all.
How can you say such dreadful things to me after all I've done for you?
So many strange things out of the Manon past combine in you. For example, do you remember that first mate, Wilkins, on our voyage to Frisco? Oh, I know you thought I was in a stupor of grief, but I wasn't blind. I saw how you wanted him.
Never gave him a second thought. He was an officer of the ship to me, nothing more.
Adam Brandt was a ship's officer, too. Wilkins reminded you of Brandt.
No.
And that's why you suddenly discarded Mourning in Frisco and bought new clothes in Mother's colors.
Stop talking about her. You'd think I had no life of my own.
You wanted Wilkins just as you wanted Brandt.
It's a lie.
You know damn well that behind all your pretense about Mother's murder being an act of justice was your jealous hatred. She warned me of that, and I see it clearly now. You wanted Brant for yourself.
I hated him.
Yes, after you found out he was her lover. But we'll let that pass for now. And we'll come to what I have written about your adventures on my lost islands. Oh, what a paradise the islands were for you, eh? All those handsome men staring at you and your strange, beautiful hair. Especially Avahani. You watched him staring at your body, through your clothes, stripping you naked, and you wanted him.
No.
Don't lie. What did you do with him the night that I was sick? And you went to watch their shameless dance. Something happened between you. I saw your face when you came back and you stood with him in front of our hut.
I kissed him goodnight, that was all. In gratitude. He was innocent and good. He made me feel for the first time in my life that everything about love could be sweet and natural.
You kissed him, did you? And that was all?
Well, what if it wasn't? I'm not your property. I have a right to love.
You whore! I'll kill you!
Oh.
No! God, Vinny. Say it's a lie. Tell me it's a lie,
Yes.
for God's sake.
Of course it... Oh, how could you believe that I... Oh. Oren. Something made me say that against my will.
Ghosts. Oh, God, Vinny. You never seemed so much like Mother as you did
Don't
just
talk about it. Let's forget it ever happened. Please. Forgive me. Let's forget it.
All right. If the ghosts will let us forget. I believe you about Avahani. I never really suspected him, or I would have killed him. You too. But you were guilty in your mind just the same.
Stop harping on that. Stop torturing me. I've warned you. I can't bear any more. I won't.
Then why don't you murder me? I'll help you plan it, as we planned Brant's, so there'd be no suspicion on you. I'd be grateful. I loathe my life.
Oh.
Don't you see? I'm the man in your chain, too. So isn't it plain?
God's sake, Oren. Take care. You'll be responsible if...
If what? If I should die mysteriously of heart failure?
Don't keep saying that. Don't you know? I'm your sister who loves you. Who would give her life to bring you peace.
I don't believe you. I know you're plotting something. But you look out. I'll be watching you. And I warn you, I won't stand your leaving me for Peter. I'm going to put this confession that I've written in a safe place. To be read if you should try to marry him, or if I should die.
Stop thinking thoughts like that. Stop making me think them. You're like a devil torturing me. I won't listen.
Don't cry. The damned don't cry. Go away, will you? I want to be alone. Finish my work.
Oren scares me at times. And Vinny. I've watched her looking at you. She's changed so.
If you're going to talk like that, why did
you... Do you really want to marry her? Now?
Why do you ask such fool questions? What do you mean, do I want to marry her now?
I don't know, Peter. I don't know. Look at Mother. She's so tired. Let's go. Mother?
Now, where's Vinny disappeared to? Vinny, I couldn't find you. Are you all right?
Of course I am, Peter.
Vinny, we're leaving now, but thank you so much.
Hazel, thank you so much for coming. Mrs. Niles.
Let's find our carriage, Mother.
Yes.
Where's Oren? I'd like to say goodbye to him.
He's lying down. It's his old head wound.
Perhaps he'd like to visit us for a spell. Mother says she'd be glad to have him.
Hazel, Oren has a home, and it's here.
Well, we can talk about it tomorrow when Oren's feeling better. We'll come early and go out riding. Oren is allowed to go out riding, I suppose.
We'll talk about it in the morning, Hazel. Your mother's waiting.
I'll have to run along soon and drop in at the council meeting. I can't get out of it. I'll be back in half an hour, maybe sooner.
I hate this house now. I hate going there. If it wasn't for Oren, he's getting worse. Keeping him shut up here is the worst thing Vinny could do.
He won't go out. You know very well she has to force him to walk with you.
And comes along herself. Never leaves him alone hardly a second.
Oh, so that's what you've got against her, huh?
Don't be silly, Peter. I simply think, and I'd say it to her face, that she is a bad influence for Oren. I think there's something awfully wrong somehow.
You ought to be ashamed, Hazel.
Well, I'm not. I'm going to make her let Oren visit us for a spell.
Say, I think that's a darn good notion for the both of them. She needs a rest from him, too.
Vinny doesn't think it's a good notion. I mentioned it yesterday, and she gave me such a look. But I'm going to make him promise to come over today.
Don't get angry now about nothing. I'll help you persuade her to let him come.
Hello.
Hello.
Listen, Hazel, there's something I want you to do for me.
Gosh, I've got to hurry to that council meeting.
You're going?
You needn't look so darn tickled about it. It isn't polite.
Well, I've got to see Hazel alone.
All right, you don't have to put me out.
Take this. Don't let her see it. I want you to keep it in a safe place and never let anyone know you have it. Will you promise?
But what is it, Oren?
I can't tell you. You mustn't ask. And you must promise never to open it unless something happens to me.
What do you mean?
I mean, if I should die. But this is the most important. If she tries to marry Peter, the day before the wedding, I want you to make Peter read what's inside.
You don't want her to marry Peter?
No. She can't have happiness. She's got to be punished. And listen, Hazel, you mustn't love me anymore. The only love I can know now is the love of guilt. For guilt, which breeds more guilt till you get so deep at the bottom of hell, there's no lower you can sink, and you rest there in peace.
Oren, don't talk that way.
Look, remember what I've given you. Do exactly as I say with it. For God's sake, Hazel, if you love me, help me to get away from here. Something terrible will happen.
That is just what I want to do. Come over now and stay with us.
Do you think for a moment she'd let me go?
Good morning, Hazel.
Don't let her see what I gave you.
Good morning, Lavinia.
My, but you're here early. Where's Peter?
He went to the council meeting. He's coming back.
Has he been gone long?
Not very long.
You were up all night?
I finished what I was working on.
You finished? My, but you two look mysterious. What have you been up to?
Why, Vinny? What makes you think we've been up to anything?
You're hiding something.
We're not hiding anything. Hazel asked me to come over to their house to stay for a while, and I'm going.
Yes, Oren is coming tonight.
It's kind of you. I know you mean it for the best. But he can't go.
Why not?
I don't care to discuss it with you, Hazel. You ought to know.
I don't know. Oren is of age and can go where he pleases.
Let her talk all she likes, Hazel. I'll have the upper hand for a change from now on.
I should think you'd be glad. It will be the best thing in the world for him.
I'll ask you to mind your own business, Hazel, please.
It is my business. I love Oren better than you. I don't think you love him at all the way you've been acting.
Hazel. You said you had to go home early. Now, I don't want to remind you,
Yes,
but...
I really must. We'll expect you tonight and have your room ready. After the way you've insulted me, Vinny, I hope you realize there's no more question of any friendship between us.
Have you given her what you've written? Answer me!
What if I have?
You traitor. You coward. Give it to me. Do you hear me?
Vinny, how dare you talk that way to me?
You don't leave here until... Oren, think of what you're doing. Tell her to give it to me.
No.
Think sanely for a moment. You can't do this. You're a man.
It's because I'm one.
For mother's sake, you can't. You loved her.
Lot she cared. Don't call on her.
For my sake, then. I love you. Make Hazel give that up, and I'll do anything you ask me to.
You mean that?
Yes!
Let me have it, Hazel.
I'll go home. I suppose we can't expect you tonight. Now?
No. Forget me. Oren was killed in the war. Remember only that dead hero, not this rotting ghost. Goodbye. Please go. Guess you realize the promise you made means giving up Peter and never seeing him again. And I suppose you think I'll be content with a promise that I've forced out of you, which you'll always be plotting to break? Oh, no. I'm not such a fool. I've got to be sure. You said you would do anything. That's a large promise, Vinny. Anything?
What do you mean? No, I don't want to know.
You don't seem to realize all you mean to me now. All you've made yourself mean since we murdered Mother. I love you now, Vinny.
You don't know what you're talking about.
There are times now when you don't seem to be my sister or Mother. But some stranger with the same beautiful hair. You say there are no ghosts in this house.
For God's sake, you can't mean.
How else could I be sure that you won't leave me? You'd never dare leave me then. You'd feel as guilty as I do. Don't you see that I have to find some certainty some way or go mad? You don't want me to go mad, do you? I'd talk too much. I'd confess. For the love of God, Vinny, let's go now and confess and find peace together.
Peace?
No! You coward! There is nothing to confess. There was only justice.
You hear her? You'll find Lavinia Manning harder to break than me. You'll have to haunt and hound her for a lifetime.
I hate you. I wish you were dead. If you weren't such a coward, you'd kill yourself.
Vinny.
Oh, I mean it. I mean it.
Vinny. Another act of justice. You want to drive me to suicide as I drove Mother? Yes. Yes, that would be justice now that you are her. She's speaking through you. Yes. Yes. It's a way to find peace. To find her again. My lost island. She'll be there waiting. Death is an island of peace, too. Mother will be there. Mother? Do you know what I'll do then? I'll get on my knees and I'll say, I'm glad you found love, Mother. I wish you happiness. You and Adam. You hear me? You're in the house now. You're calling me. You're waiting to take me home. Oren. Mother's waiting.
Where's Hazel?
Hold me close, Peter. Nothing matters but love, does it? That must come first. Won't it be wonderful when we're married? We'll be so happy. I love everything that grows simply, upwards towards the sun. I hate what's warped, twists, eats into itself and dies. I can't bear waiting and waiting. Oh, Oren, forgive me!
Oren? Oren! Oren!
I'll live in spite of you.
Oren!
How'd you like it if I hauled one of them sofas out for you to lie on, Vinny? Maybe catch a couple of winks. Do you good.
No, thank you, Seth. I'm waiting for Peter. You understand, don't you? There can be no rest in this house.
Don't you live in it, Vinny. You marry Peter. Get clear.
I'm going to marry him. I'm going away with him. Forget this house and all that happened in it.
That's talking, Vinny.
Close it up. Leave it in the sun and the rain to die. And the Mannons will be forgotten. What do you want? I've got a lot to do.
It won't take me long to say what I've come to say, Vinny. It's a lie about Oren killing himself by accident.
You better be careful what you say. I can prove what happened. Peter was
I
here.
don't care what anyone says.
I should think you'd be the last one to accuse Orrin.
I am not accusing him. Don't you dare say that. I'm accusing you. You drove him to it. I know terrible things must have happened and that you are to blame for them somehow.
What would Orrin think of you coming here so soon after the day of his funeral to accuse me of the sorrow that has afflicted this family?
All right, Vinny, I won't say anything more. But I know there's something, and so do you. Something that was driving Orrin crazy.
Don't do that.
I didn't come here to talk about Orrin.
Well, what did you come for?
About Peter.
You leave Peter and me alone.
You are not going to marry Peter and ruin his life. Don't you see? He could never be happy with you. You would only drag him into this terrible thing, whatever it is, and make him share it.
There is no terrible thing.
I know Peter can't believe evil of anyone. But living alone with you, married, you couldn't hide it. He would get to feel what I feel. You could never be happy because it would come between you. Vinny, you've got to be fair to Peter. You've got to consider his happiness if you really love him.
I do love him.
It has started already. He's being made unhappy through you.
You're lying.
He fought with Mother last night when she tried to talk to him. The first time he has ever done such a thing. It isn't like Peter. You've changed him. He left home. He went to a hotel to stay. He said he'd never speak to Mother or me again. It's broken Mother's heart. All she does is sit and cry. Vinny, you can't do it. You will be punished if you do. Peter would get to hate you in the end. Do you want to take the risk of driving Peter to do what Orrin did? He might if he ever discovered the truth.
What truth, you little fool? Discover what?
I don't know, but you know. Look in your heart and ask your conscience before God if you ought to marry Peter.
Yes. Before God, before anything. Leave me alone. Go away or I'll kill you.
I believe you. Vinny, what's made you like this?
Go away.
Vinny. All right. All I can do is trust you. I know in your heart you can't be dead to all honor and justice. You a manon. At least you owe it to Peter to let him read what Orrin had in that envelope. I told Peter about that, Vinny.
The dead. Why can't the dead die?
I know your conscience will make you do what's right. And God will forgive you.
I don't ask God or anyone for forgiveness. I forgive myself. I hope there's a hell for the good somewhere.
You look terribly worn out. Haven't you slept?
Keep me from remembering.
You bet I will. The first thing to do is to get you away from this darn house. I may be a fool, but I'm beginning to feel superstitious about it myself.
Yes. Love can't live in it. We'll go away, leave it alone to die. We'll forget the dead.
We can't move too far away to suit me. I hate this damn town now. And everyone in it.
You've quarreled with your mother and Hazel on account of me. Is that it?
How did you know?
Hazel was just here.
She told you? The darn fool. Huh. What would she do that for?
She doesn't want me to marry you.
What right has she well, you won't pay any attention to her, I hope. Huh?
No.
She and Mother suddenly got a lot of foolish notions in their heads, but they'll get over them.
Supposing they don't.
They will. After we're married or I'm through with them.
Peter! Let me look at you. Your eyes, they've always been so trusting. They look suspicious and afraid. Are you beginning to suspect me? Are you beginning to wonder what it was Orrin wrote?
No, of course I'm not. Don't I know Orrin was out of his mind? Why would I pay any attention to anything?
Swear to me that you'll never suspect me of anything.
What do you think I am?
And you'll never let anything come between us. Nothing can keep us from being happy, can it? You won't let anything, will you?
Of course I won't.
I want to get married right away. Peter, I'm afraid. Will you marry me now? This evening? We can find a minister. I can change my clothes in a second. Put on any color you like. Marry me today, Peter. I'm afraid to wait.
But you don't mean that, do you? We couldn't. It wouldn't look right so soon out of respect for Orrin. I can't see why you're so afraid of waiting. Nothing can happen, can it? Was there anything that Orrin wrote that would stop us?
The dead coming between. They always would. You trust me with your happiness. But that means trusting the man and dead, and they're not to be trusted with love.
What are you talking about, Vinny?
I want to think about that. Not yet. I want a little while of happiness. I've earned it. I've done enough. Peter, why do we have to wait for marriage? I want a moment of joy, of love. I want it now. Kiss me. Oh, hold me close, Peter. Want me so much you'd murder anyone to have me. I did that for you. Oh, want me. Take me, Adam. Oh, why did I call you Adam? I don't even know that name outside of the Bible. It's no good trying anymore.
Vinny, you're talking crazy. You don't know what you're saying.
I can't marry you, Peter. You mustn't ever see me anymore. Go home, make it up with your mother and Hazel. Marry someone else.
Vinny, you can't. Is it something that Orrin wrote? What was it? I got a right to know, don't I? He acted so queer about what happened to you in the islands. Was it something there? Something to do with that native?
Peter, how dare you? Well, yes, if you must know.
Vinny, I don't believe you. You couldn't.
Well, why shouldn't I? I wanted him. I wanted to learn love from him, love that wasn't a sin. And I did, I tell you. He had me.
Oh. Then Hazel and Mother were right about you. No wonder Orrin killed himself. God, I hope you be punished.
It was a lie.
Shenandoah, I can't get near you. Away, away, I'm bound away.
I'm not bound away, Seth. I'm bound here to the Manon dead.
Don't go in there, Vinny.
Don't be afraid, Seth. I'm not going the way Mother and Orrin went. That's escaping punishment. There's no one left to punish me. I'm the last Manon. I've got to punish myself. I'll never go out or see anyone. I'll nail the shutters closed so no sunlight can get in. I'll live alone with the dead and keep their secrets and let them hound me till the curse is paid out and the last Manon is let die. I know they'll let me live a long time. It takes the Manons to punish themselves for being born. You go now and close the shutters and nail them tight.